Good morning. Welcome to another episode on the Coin King channel. I am your host, Down to Crypto TA. We have been pumping over the weekend. Meme coins have been pumping. Bitcoin has been pumping. Solana has been pumping. Ethereum has been pumping. We have been pumping XRP with a nice pump to the upside. It's been rather nice. It's been rather nice. So I hope everyone was safe attempting to trade this market over the weekend. Just gonna rehash some things that I covered last weekend, or not last weekend, but last week. Okay, so we're currently sitting around the 786, and then our monthly level is right here. Now, this is a monthly level that we have had a few issues with. Getting above this zone right here. You can see 1, 2 times right there. This could also be like some sort of ascending triangle formation, blah, blah, blah. Um, we did get the squeeze breakout on the daily time frame here. So that's something that I posted on and I have shared here on the live. Now it's not the most aggressive breakout from constricted environment, but it looks really nice. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 green candles in a row. The candles seem to be getting a little bit larger, maybe even staying the same size. So that's a positive thing there. I'm gonna show you that squeeze, the breakout. If I can get my bearings together here. All right, so here's our breakout here from this Bollinger squeeze that was right through here. And we have stayed above standard deviation 2. So even though it doesn't look very aggressive, there is strength in the move. I've seen a couple of people say, false move, fake move, weekend, blah, 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 blah. And usually on the weekends, I don't like the weekend pumps. But this started well before the weekend, and it just has maintained. And I can tell the strength that we have in the moves that we've been getting just based on the lower time frame price action. Um, if I look at my 1 hour or 15-minute time frame, it's clear that price action is only retracing to about a 236, maybe to a 50% retracement. So you're not even managing to get back to a golden pocket or a 786 retracement. That's when you know. That's when you know that there is some sort of strength in the move. Every pump up that has seemed extended has only led to some sort of a flag breakout as well. So most of the pumps that I looked at on the 15-minute time frame have come from around 49 RSI. So we were just there with this little leg up we're getting after this little flag that we're trying to break out of here as well. But again, these candles right here, they're all aggressive enough they're not, big, large candles like this, but they do have some strength behind them, given that we're not even seeing a pullback on this daily time frame just yet. Just staying above standard deviation 2 and continuing to push forward. Another thing I did notice as well is we tend to come back down the daily level, and then as we get closer to the close of the day, that's when we break the we go back up and we break that prior level. So it's been kind of interesting to see, but that's just something that I noticed. Or maybe we stall around or something like that, and then we go up and take out that daily. But we are also hitting it's an EMA ribbon right here. So we're also hitting this 60 here. I don't think that this is anything major, just considering that we are around some resistance. or a psychological level as well with the 786. And we also we got the break above, but we've been teetering back and over and under this this ribbon here. And I said it's a 60. Yep, it is a 60. So this 60 right here, looking to see if we can't get price action to push up into the $100,000 level here, which is going to be our next area of resistance right across here. So I could extend this more so like this. And it still lines up with, this debacle right in here. But other than that, a little lazy on some other moving averages I was looking at in here. So they're a little well, they're a little limp, and that can indicate that we come back down. Right now, I know that there are two gaps, and I'm gonna get into that in just a second here. But I'm only leaning towards the first one possibly being filled and not the second one just yet. Although, yeah, so this right here, this is still leaning down. So no upsloping posture just yet here on this 200, but that's still fine. And it's just confirming the breakout from the trend line if we were to drop a trend line on here. So that's basically all it's doing, is presenting itself as a trend line, but no posture, no shift in posture just yet. We still have this one here, and this is a 100 here in the green, and the 100 has not flipped up this 200 just yet either. So that's a little bit of a momentum thing here for Bitcoin. They can eventually start to, turn up if we were to see like some accelerated price action, like a candle going to Valhalla. But right now they're not, and so as long as they're like here, that means we can come back and tap into these right here. And basically, we really just want to hold this one. This one right here, at some point, it'll do its thing. But right now, the longer term momentum is lacking. This is short term momentum, and longer term momentum is lacking. We have our channel here that you've seen. Any sort of a bigger pullback too, we can look to hold the channel here, the low of the channel here. All right, let me take a look at. All right, so this was a tweet that I did I know it was early last week or something like that, maybe end of the week before that, whatever. But I was talking about this, and I did an update on this yesterday before market close. I think it was around about 3 o'clock or something like that, between 3 and 4. And I was just stating how this was the resistance that we wanted to get above right here, and it was likely going to happen as soon as we got that weekly close, and that's exactly how it played out too. It didn't happen until we came into the weekly close, and then we got that extra boost up because we were treating this like resistance here for a minute. And yeah, as soon as that candle closed and the next one opened, we hit here. This is about on point with what I was just sharing over on the daily time frame around the $100,000 level. So this is right on point here, getting somewhere right about in here, and to back test this breakdown right here. I don't think that is. Let me see if that even pushes price action into. It does. The 50% retracement. So the idea again, and is this right here. This is the idea again right here, that we come up, we're down, we come up, and then we get into the 382 50% retracement. So 382 is sitting here at 98, and 50% is sitting here at the 103. Now if we start to do more than that, hooray, maybe there's a chance that we can get up here and take out the top. But right now, just this month alone, I'd probably be looking somewhere around about the 382, and then next month somewhere around about the 103. Um, unless again we see some, reason that we get some crazy pump to the upside, it'll be something like this 1-2 candle pushing into this area right here. So anything more than that, then I'm almost certain I would come up here and take out this high. But market structure still suggests that we are in a bear market, and then we would potentially see this golden pocket right here, not 786 886, but at least this golden pocket right here. So we're just going to stay aware of that, so we don't get. I mean, we need to have a bullish and bearish bias, right? We need to have both. That way you can protect yourself. All right, so we're pushing up right now. And again, like I said, on this 15-minute time frame, the max has been somewhere around a 236, maybe a 382 or a 50, and that has been it. And then you've seen pumps every time we come down at least that low. So if I draw a fib off of this low right here to this high right here, you can see that was a 382 low right there, and then a bounce away. So we're just continuing to flag out and get these pushes to the upside. I'm going to flip this to or at least just only take a look at the long options on this right here. This is an indicator that I'm just kind of playing around with right here that plots these positions on the chart. And I think, let's see, right here, when we got this one right here, also, we did, hold on. Okay, yeah, so this one right here, we did just tap the 618 on this one right here. I remember this one right here, because we put in a bear div here. This is when we had all that volatility on Friday, putting in that bear div. So, we'll be coming up here towards this level here in just a sec. Actually, let me push back a little bit so I can see 93,730. I just wanted to make sure. So we're going to be looking for price to get here into this 93,836 here. Since we're holding on pretty good with that bounce away there. And if you're taking a look here at maybe a little extended right there at the moment. If you're taking a look here at the RSI, you can see, we move up, we get we hit these euphoric levels through here, or where some people may consider the market to be overbought at here. And then we just start to go sideways a bit. And then when the RSI comes down, it manages to hang out somewhere around, what is this one set? Oh, I know what it is. I know why you're not seeing it right here. And I deleted it. I'm going to change this. No, let's see. I'm going to change the setting on this right here so you can see it better, what I'm talking about with you. So because we're continuing to flag out, and we're momentarily respecting where we get above a 70 per se, since that's where most people consider the market to be overbought at, is at a 70. And then I'm not really coming back to the lows in here. I'm going to change the settings on this. So instead of me using a 14, I'm going to push this to a 28. And by putting that to a 28, I can see exactly down through here how every time we're dropping somewhere down here, right? It's really 49, but that I look for. So if we break down below 50, which is be barely just snipping 50, and we're coming back up a 49, that's going to fire off a signal to say, hey, you can look to go long here, or this breakout from this wedgie structure is about to happen. So we didn't come in as low here right now. You can see how we just maintain above that 50 there. And we take a look over here, we get the same thing right here. We barely scrape below this 50 and then we reclaim back above it. The same situation right here, barely scrape below the 50 and then we got the push up. And that has been really consistent across here, just holding the 50. But you would have to adjust your settings on your RSI to make it as clean as it looks right here. I'm going to put this back to standardized settings, which is a 14. Let me see what we just came into here. That. Now the move to the upside, I would keep that to 786 golden pocket. Would keep that to a 786 golden top pocket. But when you're getting your retracements, your corrections to the downside, I would keep that to a 5382 and a 236. All right. But that was golden pocket back test here. See if we can't correct just a little bit more and then see if this wants to go here. Let me see if there was anything else in here I needed to touch on. Yeah, and another thing that I mentioned too, because I know some people were looking to take a short down through here too, and I said this before, several days back. Be careful trying to short the $91,000 level because of the expansion. And this was before we got the expansion, actually, that I made that announcement. So just be careful with that because if you're not positioned properly, you can wreck your account. And so I tweeted yesterday around about between 3 and 4, also that the 4-hour time frame still was looking to push a bit higher in here. If it did get a correction, that this is something I would start to look at. Now, the way I had this drawn out yesterday was like this, and then this low right here. So it was 90,267 that I was looking at yesterday. And if I extend this back or bring this up, then I'm still somewhere close to what I was looking at. Yeah. Well, not too far off. I guess that would be a 50 now. So I'm gonna add that in here. 90,003. So I'm just going to add the 50 in here and look for something like this right here. And I think that this might coincide with, let's see where that gap is at. Actually, you know what? That coincides with right about where that gap is at as well. Now this one, I'm not going to really pay attention to this one too much right now, but this first one right here for where we got this breakout here, again, you could say that this was an ascending triangle right here. So if it's not a breakaway gap, we'll come back into it. If it's a breakaway gap, because again, if you claim this as an ascending triangle, then breakaway gaps, you wouldn't come back to it as quickly. A common gap, sure. A breakaway gap, no. So that'll be the only reason why this gets taken off the table, in my opinion, is if this again is a breakaway gap, which breakaway gaps happen with pattern formations. You can see how if we just draw a trend line across here like that, I can almost say that this is a breakaway gap. And I just wouldn't be looking for price action to come back and fill it in. Now, I really can't say what this was right here. I don't know, but I have a case to argue that that this was just a breakaway gap and it keeps going and stay it. Now, We'll come back down into that. Now let me show you this. I'm gonna hide. No, I want to hide my drawings in this case here. And I posted this as well yesterday. So when we're looking at those retracements, what I'm saying, we're pulling back into maybe at the deepest of 50, something like that. Um, Basically, how our price action starts to expand, and then it has a range here, a pocket that it'll stay inside the pocket in here. So pullback has been basically down here to one, and then a bounce away, pull back to one. This is where we were yesterday when I posted on this. That we were here, and if we start to break here, then I wouldn't look for anything more than a 20 SMA retracement. So that's all I would look for if we lose. If we lose this right here, let's say the market wants to give a bigger correction, which is why I'm saying maybe that first gap, maybe you can get into that first gap. That, if I draw it here, wow. I'm not even thinking about all of my drawings. So if I draw it here, maybe you get back into that first gap. Maybe you treat that gap, top side of that gap as support. But this is, yeah, that's about basically what I'd be looking for, just with the failure to hold one right here. And right now that's sitting at 91,871. That'll change in about an hour and a half, but right now it's sitting at about round about $92,000. And then you'd be looking down here about 91. So a $1,000 move at best is what I would be thinking here for Bitcoin. And just using the 4-hour time frame as an example here. But yeah, this was the first time yesterday that we managed to start printing a few dots here on the 4-hour time frame. It doesn't mean that this is going to hold it off. If I'm taking a look here at the RSI, I could see the slight bit of a decline in here. Let me turn my drawings back on. All right, and then we're going to see here, like we have this this trend regression line here on the 4-hour time frame. We'd be looking for this to get a breakdown below here. And then that could be the thing again that'll lead us into that 20 SMA. So I am going to be giving that a little bit of time to transpire. You can see the MACD very blue in here, looking pretty nice. Now the delta is hanging out around the zero line, which is not something that I prefer to see. I like to see a lift away from it. If we're about to get a little bit more aggressive to the upside, I like to see a move away from the zero line. And right now it's just kind of still sitting down here around the zero line. I don't know why I have this accent this morning, but I have it. So go with me. Just hang out with me on this. All right. This back test, this says 92,947.87 here. And again, we were just seeing that over here, that is a golden pocket retracement right there. I'm going to drop this for now. I'll draw it back in here if I need to. We know that we had hit the 50% retracement in here. I'm just going to drop it just to eliminate some of the lines I have going on in here at the moment. All these purple ones are just some resistance levels that I found interesting on the 4-hour time frame. All right. I did want to get into IBIT a little bit in here. Now, you know that before Christmas, I let you know that we were gamma positive. And I explained to you gamma positive just means that market makers are more likely to buy, as opposed to short when you're gamma negative. So we've been gamma positive since before Christmas, and that's why I don't believe that the move here is, some sort of a false move or anything like that, just because we've been gamma positive. Now, this chart, I cannot tell you that this chart is updated just yet. It doesn't change. It's not going to change the fact that we're gamma positive. It's just some numbers in here may not be accurate, but you can see how in the green here, we're gamma positive, and if we were in the red, it would be gamma negative in here, and market makers are, that that big money would be more inclined to short, hedging against the positions. Okay, so right now we are here. We are here. All right. I was looking at where our 55 strike is going to be at, and I think that was roundabout where the when I last looked at it. Let me see. When I last looked at it, I I think, and I'm gonna go in and do this. Yep. So it's gonna be the golden pocket. That's um that's gonna be where this is gonna be sitting. Now I'm gonna flip back over here on this chart real quick just to show you that. And then I'm gonna flip us back over. So on hold on. Let's see if I can't help make this better before I take us over here. Okay, so here on this IBIT chart right here, you can see where the 55 is sitting right here in the golden pocket. So that's the largest strike um, position you see, the largest strike that you saw over there on that graph I was just showing you. So if you're pulling a fib from this high here to this low here, that's giving you the 55 in here. That means taking out this liquidity right across here, as opposed to how you were seeing it earlier, as I had it like this for this chart right here. Okay, so you can see the 786, the same thing we were looking at over on the regular Bitcoin chart. So I'm going to push this up. I'm going to go up and come back, and I'm going to talk about why I have that 5250 sitting right there too. So here, biddy. And I think that might be my box I got right here too. Which is to, resistance. We already know what this is right here, as I just went over it. Okay, but if I draw my fiat on this, the same thing here, there, and here, and I'm gonna take this 50 out of here. Yeah, so that is where I have my box at, my blue box there for the next level of resistance that I was looking for in here, which is just drawn from the let me turn indicators off. High indicators, turn that off, which is the low here, and pushed into the low here. You can raise this up a little bit if you like to. It's above the golden pocket, but yeah, that would be the move right here into this level right here. Okay. And we'll see if that comes later or immediately. You know what? Since I got these blue dots across here, I'm going to get rid of, let me just hide it because it's bothering me too many. I didn't need it. You know what? I didn't need it. I didn't need it because I had already plotted those dots right there to let me know that I would be coming into the weekly high over here. All right. So I don't need it. And was I supposed to have this on this time? No, I wasn't supposed to have this on this time frame. That's probably why it wasn't showing up for me over there either. Okay, so it's supposed to have this on the 15-minute time frame. But that would be That would be the strike price right through here. 55 there. Put this back on 15-minute time frame. Okay. Now, the other thing that I was looking at here, because once market opens, if we're still hanging out around this level right here, we may see price get a push down. Um, but I'm gonna put it back on IBIT chart again. But it's where we are currently. If we're still floating around here, then we may see, finally see that move down, to break to break. Hold on, let me see. I may just have it. And maybe we see that move down to here, to that 91 in here, and possibly here once market opens. And I'm going to explain to you why I'm saying that too. All right. So I'm going to just go back to a 15-minute time frame. All right. So we had some new orders to come in through here. So, some new interest is coming in around that 52.50, and this is for puts, okay? And I've only narrowed it down to the strike prices for this Friday. That's it. So I'm just leaving it at that. But that is where we finally made our way up here to for these puts. And again, you can see based on the volume here, 2,279, and then the open interest 104. It's not, a lot like it was in here and here. It's not like it's a lot like it was in here, but this is new interest. So new orders are opening to short from that, around that level there. Okay. You can see that from, again, the volume OI right here. It's pretty high, and the numbers in comparison are rather off. Volume and OI here. So this just lets me know that there are some new orders opening here for put down here, around where we are now. We'll see. Again, if we're just kind of tagging out right here, maybe we will get a little bit of that rejection, and we can look for what I was saying. Based on that 4-hour time frame, we have some levels to watch, for potential new long opportunity. This hasn't built up enough for me to really care about this. It's only 48 and then 3, so not that, but definitely where we are right now. That's right in here. That's where we started to get a little bit overextended in here. Not overextended, euphoric, my bad, euphoric here on this 15-minute time frame. Once again, it's right in here too. Right. And then this just clears what I was saying about the gap in here. So maybe, maybe, but I really wouldn't be looking all the way down here thinking, hey, I'm about to come in and fill this gap in right here. Not right now. And this is speculative that this one right here gets filled, but definitely wouldn't be looking here. Not at the moment, not the way things look right now, regardless of it being the weekend. That's just, and usually I'm one of the first to tell you I don't like the weekend pump, but right now, that's what I would say. I am taking a chance at a little bit of a short in here as well. I opened it last night. I did one of my infamous. I don't really care about what else I'm seeing in the chart. I'm just gonna take it. So I entered it earlier than earlier than allowing momentum to kind of shift a little bit. So I didn't enter it here. And all of this, that's just an indicator. I just went ahead and just started DCAing on that, which is stupid. But I do that sometimes. I just want to get my feet wet. So it's not a lot of money into this position right now. I just wanted to get my feet wet and go ahead and jump into the position yesterday when I saw it, instead of me just kind of letting momentum start to, you know, um, wane a little bit. I didn't do that. Um, and I look back at most of the positions that fired off, and if I had to give you a number, I'd say about 70 to 80% of them play out, and then the rest of them don't. Given the environment right now, longs is just going to be the better move. Longs are simply just going to be the better choice. Oh, as opposed to the shorts in here, because again, we're a little bit, we're at least where the charts are showing that we're way too bullish to even play these out. And I can always change it to be like, you know what, give me a, less of a risk to reward, and then it'll work. So you'll basically be getting something like a 1 to 1, something like that, or yeah, something about a 1 to 1. It's about all that's playing out right now. And then the rest is going back to the market. Oh boy. So we're going to be a while before market opens. I'm going to go ahead and take a look see here at Ethereum, which has been doing pretty freaking amazing. You can see we're around this little pivot high in here at the moment. Got a nice push down the last time we were here around this pivot high in here on this 4-hour time frame. Let me see. Nothing really changed in here, again, we've only basically been in between these three zones right here with Ethereum. Once we start to break out of here on the upside, it's going to be 32, 36. Once we start to break out of here, then I start to look here at this one right here. So 34.62 to 35.73, that'd be the next level, because again, this is about all we've done is just come back and forth to these three, pop, 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 these three right here. Just going to extend these out a little bit. Uh-oh. I want to mess that up because I'm not going to be able to go back and try to figure out what these numbers were. But that's been about it here with Ethereum too. Basically the same thing as Bitcoin as well. Same thing with the moving averages. If I slap that on here, looks a lot better, a little bit better. Posturing looks a little bit better here on Ethereum as opposed to Bitcoin. Still kind of down. So again, you can see that it's a fast momentum as opposed to the long-term momentum. So the short-term momentum is looking a little bit more gravy than the long-term momentum in here. This right here, that looks absolutely amazing. So if we are getting up here into this level, then we're bypassing above all of these. It doesn't really mean anything until these start to flip. But even in that case right there, you can move a long way, a long way from the ribbons, and still not flip them all. So I don't really worry about that too much. But we definitely be above this point right here, above these ribbons, and that's another way of just trading it. But that looks pretty good. As far as the Bollinger expansion goes for Ethereum, again, looks the same as Bitcoin. Doesn't look like it's strong, but nonetheless, you're still just hanging out around it. Like you're not even coming back in here just yet. You're still hanging out around it. me turn it off. So it looks like it's probably trying to get to a point where it rolls over on it. And if that happens, then, I typically look again at that level right there. I don't know that we're going to do that right now. But that would be the first place of interest. Coming back there. Yes, the only thing I would critique on Ethereum's daily chart is the candles to the upside. Um, are the price action looks stronger than Bitcoin, but those candles suggest differently. Because at least Bitcoin's candles on that daily time frame, they're not looking like indecision candles. They're not looking like this. They don't have the top and tails. They're not looking like this. And these are shrinking candles as opposed to this one right here. I mean, a lot can change between now and then. Just throwing that out there. All right, so we're rejecting a little bit here around about where the top side of this zone and the resistance, all this resistance down through here for Ethereum. You can just go off of that 50% retracement right there. And if we do manage to push in here a little bit more, this is going to be our bug right here. So our Achilles heel is still going to be that volume right there. Let me put that profile back on in here and let me adjust it because I know a little bit of time has gone by, just a little bit, and so you can see right through here. This is from a volume profile, people. I'm really looking for price to get up above here, but this is where value lies for me. But this could be an issue. I like it on a higher time frame looking at it, and you can see that that's roundabout where we had the 50% retracement at. That Ethereum's having a little bit of a time trying to get past that area, which can explain those candles that we're seeing on that daily time frames coming from this right here, from Ethereum having a hard time being able to get that push above this through here. It's about to, I was about to hide that, but I'll just leave it there. All right. And that's basically going to be, I know it read about 3170, but I'm going to say that's basically going to be somewhere around here. So let's just say we managed to get this push through this little golden pocket right here. We come up, we back test around this level right here, at 3196, and then we get another little push down. This one played out. Again, some of them are, most of them are, and then you have the ones that are not. Little flaggy right there, but if Bitcoin is going to push up higher, if Bitcoin is going to push past this level right here, then I expect for Ethereum to do the same thing. That's just a little 15-minute time frame. This fib is pulled from this high here. No, it's not. It's not. This fib, I pulled this fib from where? Yeah, I did. Okay, I was about to say, it's kind of weird. Yeah, I pulled the fib from this high here to here. So that's how I pulled this fib right here. I'm sorry, this low to this high. And yeah, that gives us this little golden pocket area in here. But we're also seeing us stall a little bit. We push up a little bit higher in here, then we'll look at the 32.93. For me, it's just an if this then that right now because we are hitting some pretty good resistance for Ethereum again, where we were looking at on that weekly time frame. That is some pretty good resistance there for Ethereum, where we're at now. And I don't think I really need to cover anything in here off of. I don't think I do. Nope, I don't think that I do. I'll just leave her right here just in case. On this time frame, I'll take a look at Solana. I could also take a look at, you know what? Let me make sure that I'm under that. Okay, I just wanted to be sure. It's the Grayscale ETF, but I don't think I have any. Let me hide that because that's not accurate. No, I don't. I don't have anything in here for that. And then in terms of, let me put this on this time frame just so I can see. CME gaps, nothing really. You got this little thing that's down here, but there really isn't anything as far as Ethereum goes. It's just this down through here. So I wouldn't think about it too much. See if it had the same thing. Get that out of here. Yeah. This is curving and starting to squeeze here on the 4 hour as far as Ethereum is concerned and around this resistance in here. So I will look at that 20 SMA. I will look at that to see if we don't hold. If this just corrects into here now, if this starts to squeeze and hold in here, I mean, again, it could still be to go to the upside. Let me see. Yeah, I would be looking forward to break down, but we have to see if we get in some sort of bullish divergence coming in. I can see this little piece of bull div right in here, just right there at the moment. But you got a nice little trend regression line through here that it has, multiple times seen the continuation off of through here. So we'll look for that and we'll see how that pairs with that 20 SMA at the moment that it starts to come down. Because if we do lose that, then maybe we just look back here at these highs in here, say a back test of the breakout area in here, which would be in line with, I mean, I know that altcoins, they move a little bit more aggressive when Bitcoin moves. So whether it's to the upside, to the downside, I could see Bitcoin is about to put in either take out that liquidity from that high or double top. And that's making Ethereum want to move a little bit, but we'll see how successful it can be given that we are at some pretty strong resistance for Ethereum. And check, see back over here on the Bitcoin, hitting the 786 at the moment. Looks pretty strong though. Again, I might put in a bear div in here, maybe hitting this level right here, putting in the bear div. Let me see what I'm going to do with this position from there. If we're not rejecting here and we're coming up to take out this liquidity, again, this could be a place right here. We'll just let the market show us what we're looking like once that happens. Zcash is already starting to retrace. This is where we were on Friday. We're right here with price action, and we did push up into that golden pocket. How do I have this? I think I got these in here. Let me turn these off. But we did push into the golden pocket in here, and since then we've started to retrace. Because we were looking for that bounce to here. And remember I said this could be like an ABC in here for that's why I had those on. My bad. I'm like, why do I got those on in here? That's why I had those on, because I was saying that price would come back into one of these three right here, and then we'd be looking for a rejection from that. So this was assuming that this was an A, and then we got all the way down towards our 2.618 right here for the bounce that we were looking at in here on Friday, and into one of these levels, which happens to be the golden pocket. And then we're looking for the final three wave structure in here. So ABC. Yep. I didn't draw a fib on this. I'm not even going to deal with this right now. I didn't even bother to take any profit. But I can turn these two off right now and just focus on that. I should have did it when we got that little move up right there. If I'm measuring this, let's see, trend base fib. They look like they're about the same. Oh, okay. There's the one right here. Right here. If this is what that is, then it'll come back down to here. Suppose can make its way back into here, taking out this low. All right, let me push forward. These notes do not belong to that. That's why I got to get rid of that thing. I tried to like it, and this kept resetting on me. Sleepy. I'm always sleepy. Does not belong to that. All right, USDT. That's what I really wanted to get to. Had the same, same setup, inverse to Bitcoin. When we got down here to this level right here, we started to hold it a little bit in here, and then we finally got that breakdown as market open. Um, as the weekly close took place and the new open candle start to push down, we will be coming into our potential back test level in here and support zone in here. Um, Overall, I would be looking, again, it's inverse to Bitcoin, so for it to get down here. So about to slide this out a little bit. But what if we are back testing in here and we are breaking this right here, and then we would start to see a little bit of a shift in this market structure in here as well. That would get us there. I would say that we come down here. This depends on if we closing below this wick as well too. We get a strong reaction off of this, then forget about it. But if we hit it and then we don't get a strong reaction, I mean, we get some reaction, I'm sure of it, and then a back test back up into this level, somewhere around in here. It may have moved slightly, and then that move down here. Let's see, it's about to do something else in here. I'll just put this back on good old Biddy. Let me take a look at XRP chart because I hadn't. I'm gonna turn off my indicators for this though. It's a beautiful 15-minute time frame. Let me see from the 4 hour though. Yep. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Let me get rid of that. I haven't touched this, as you can see. We passed those past these daily high. This daily high was right here. I'm gonna move it now to the proper one. I'll put it here. And this right here. Previous day low. And let me check the weekly. Honey. Yeah. I'll delete this one. Since I have the previous day high in there. And I'll put this one right here. Down. Well, previous week low. See, we'll be coming into our next resistance. It's going to be right here. If it happens with this weekly candle, you're going to be looking somewhere around about 232. So 232. We are at this weekly level right here at the moment, just hitting the top side of that box too for this weekly level. Let me unlock. It's been weeks since I've dragged these numbers out. I'm gonna drag it out all the way. That way the number isn't blocking anything. Alright, so we're just slightly rejecting. You see a little wick in here, here at this 213 weekly level in here, with all of the resistance down through here as well. Maybe this will make it a little easier to slide through and break this trend line right here. So this will be our next momentum line. We want to see price action be able to get above. Right now, we're just doing the fastest one. This is the main one. Wherever your first one is, your first pivot, that's the main one you really want to be looking at. But this is just a faster break right here for price action to here. So yeah. Be somewhere around about that 232, 238 level for XRP. Me can see it a little bit better right here. I guess we'll just go ahead and just say the 238, and we'll just leave it at that. I don't know why. Sometimes it just looks a little bit different depending on what time frame you're on. But we'll just go ahead and say the 238. I was doing it for a week, so which meant that it could, cap out down through here. But we'll just go with that. Just go with that and keep it easy. Easy peasy. See how these candles in here, even as opposed to Ethereum, these right here look a lot healthier than the resistance that Ethereum is getting right now. Let me see what this breakout is looking like. Oh, that would help, right? If I turn this, let me turn this off though. Turn that off and turn that off, because those have nothing to do with this chart. So pretty strong again, just like Bitcoin, pretty strong through here, following that break above the 20 SMA, right through here, in line, in confluence with the trend line. I love when I see that happen. And yeah, normally in a situation like this right here, I'd be weary of whether or not it's going to have a successful breakout. Because I'd rather the squeeze be taking place, or the standard deviation 2 to be sitting down here as opposed to the 20 SMA. But there you have it. It followed through regardless. We do see a pullback, maybe to previous day low. I doubt that they want to do that today. That would look bearish as crap, right? For this entire candle right here to come back down, that would look super bearish. So that probably won't happen. We could pull back some though, maybe that previous day high. Just back into that previous day high. 212, so just about $1 off on that. Let me take a look at liquidity here for XRPZ. All right, so the past 24 hours in here. Yeah, I mean, this looks a little flaggy, I would say. Maybe come back in here and take that liquidity right there. 210 and 209. Yeah, just coming back below the daily high, and then by the time we get to the daily close, then it pops back up. That's what I started to show off with, saying that I've been seeing that quite a bit, just coming back down below and then popping back up above it. So, not a lot. Pretty basic. So this looks like this is taking this into account. I'm gonna do it. I wanted to do it like that off of that body. Off of the body. And then this part, I just keep it as is. Just like that. So that's what we got here for XRP. And so maybe it does come down below this previous day high, and then by the time the candle gets ready to close for the daily, it comes back up. I'm gonna draw a fib on this. I'm gonna pull it from this low. Let me see. 210. Yeah. 210.92. That was that lower liquidity in here. And then the other one was the 209. So let's see what that 786 is sitting at. Yeah. So just back into here maybe. Drops, comes back into here and then goes. And take a look at there's a blue top in here. That's just what we were looking at here for the high of the weekly range. I would have to adjust that. No, that's not what I want to see. This is what I want to see right here. Yeah, right now this is still going to hold through here. Maybe another push back up into this top first, though. Maybe it even breaks it and then it comes back in. I have to watch that. Let's see. All right, so I already discussed where I thought price could get up to, and again, that's going to be the level right here, the 238. Where is, let's see, why is ADA red? Why is ADA red? You know what? Screw ADA. Don't screw ADA. Don't screw ADA. Let's see. We go to a 4-hour. I don't know, guys. ADA. I don't know. Okay, so we came back up this level. I guess that is a good thing. It's a good thing. Let me see if this looks like the others. The others. Yeah, it does. Ooh, it does. So, fast moving averages are the ones that are pushing the price higher, and the slow moving averages or long term moving averages, whichever way you want to word it, those are still lagging greatly in terms of posturing. Okay, of course they're going to be below these, but in terms of posturing, at least the 100 looks like it's starting to turn up. So you may have found your low through here. So that might have been your low right in here for ADA, which I would have been looking for it to be the low, except we didn't hold. We didn't hold this. We didn't hold this. And yeah, this had already happened back on the 10th. But Definitely. I mean, if you love ADA, like we talked about, if you love it, then this is a good accumulation place. Great place to be buying it at, being that it has held the test of time repeatedly. What's happening in the market right now? You still risk the chance of price coming down here to 17. So you just have to be a diehard ADA fan to feel like I'm gonna buy the risk down through here. Um, and then expect for this to toss me back up into any one of these right in here. This will have changed at some point, but in the immediate, I'll be looking at 60. Um, and then, yeah, in the immediately, I'll probably be looking at 60. Got this resistance down through here now. Yeah, that is going to be some major resistance too. But if you're diehard, yeah, this is your place to do it. This is definitely your place to do it. Just know if it don't work, what you got to look forward to. I just set a stop on it, really. That doesn't hurt or make both of these your accumulation zones. uh, the settings on this is not for that. So let me turn that off. Let me look back at this part. Right here. Bear diving already on this daily time frame with the bear divs. Because we know, and we can see that plain as day. You know what? I was about to switch it and use that, but we can see that plain as day. So coming with the bear divs. It's a rough one. It's a rough one, and this is already, highlighting that. You know what? Bring it back. Bring it back. Let's see what time frame I had this drawn off of too. So the 4. Oh, that's old. That's old. I don't even need to do this because it ain't even, yeah. Ooh, this looks like it's gonna spit this price action down. You hear me? Spit it down like a rapid reaction with price action to the downside. Just looking at this right here, you see this curve on this right above this zero line. That looks like it's gonna shoot price action back down. A little wedgie structure in here. Hmm. So that would be a Bollinger expansion down here. So you see right here how it had this. Well, actually, that one happened first. So that'll be a little bit different. This is already, yeah. I don't like that. I don't like that. Bear div and all of that. Yeah. Just send it back down. See, you got a little bit of a leftover fair value gap in here. Trying to see if I wanted to even draw that in here. It's not going to matter. It's not going to matter. Yeah, that's coming back down and probably fast. Let me see, hype. That's the last time I did this. Okay, got above that. Pretty slick. Pretty slick. Let me see if we're bear diving or anything over here on this one. Same, not same situation as Cardano. Not at all. This is actually pretty good. through here. See, it's daily. Oh, good Lord. If I ever needed a line, I got one. If I ever needed one, I got one. This is the one right here. Back to this whole push up. Yeah, you bear div in here on Hyperliquid as well. Just up against these highs through here. I'm gonna get rid of that. So a little bit of a bear div. So this is just corrective at best at the moment. Let me just put this back to, let me see what that was. I know I just deleted it. Do it like that. That really doesn't matter. So I'm gonna drop that. I have to adjust it now. So I'm gonna put it right there. I don't even think that this really matters either, but we'll see. It's against those highs in here. I have levels in here. I do have levels. And something may have changed and I'm able to add something extra in here. I mean, I see this. This is a little different than this stuff over here, but obviously the resistance from these lows in here and that low through here and these highs in here seems about what we're tackling. So let me just make this different. Turn that off. Let's look at that. Dum, 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 dum. We're all in this together. Let me turn this back on so I can see. And I just said this through here. Mm-hmm. I like that. I like that. Just focus on these three. Actually, let me add one more in here to the situation. Well, we got this bottom line in here, so I don't really need to do that. And we got these two lines over here. So yeah, is what we're working with right now with Hyperliquid. Push this out to a 4 hour. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. Let me go back and block this. I'm just going to draw a fib on this. We're not bullish here. So this right here, I don't mind working off of the 786, 618 golden pocket retracement. Kind of trying to hold on right in here. But if it breaks down below that, then this is just what I'd be looking at. Maybe even back into that trend line again. But yeah, this is about what I'd be looking for. If we're looking for a higher low, it can happen with either any three of these right here. But I don't think that this is really ready to blast off to the moon. But if it does get through here, then I start to look at 29. Let me see. SUI is what I want to look at. SUI, which is another chart I haven't paid attention to in a minute. You can see that's all wrong. And then let me adjust this right here. Previous week high is up here now. Hold on. Oh, we're coming into it. See, this had already got the little dip down below the previous day low. All right, and starting to see some reaction in here. This is our, it's getting a little closer to maybe sweeping that liquidity up there too. Oh, I just pulled that out a little bit too far from myself. I really don't think anything's changed on this. I would look for a sweep of this liquidity right here. If it's just a sweep, then I'd be looking for prices to retrace back down towards the low. Because of the range, if it's more than a sweep, then of course I'll be looking for prices to come up into here and meet this measured move. But a lot of times this can just lead to a sweep of the high and then a rejection there, and it would be coming into some resistance in here as well, trying to get that move, trying to get it. Yeah, so plenty of resistance through here. I don't see anything concerning with divergence or anything like that with the daily time frame. Only a little bit extended, but then we can get stuck. We can come back down to just about there and then get a pop back up as well. So that's going to be, I turn this on. That's going to be right back here to the 157. And we can come back down and tap that and then and hold that. That's basically what I'm looking at right here. So just like right here, so you can see up support right here and then reject. So we're coming down it here, at least here. Here we haven't broken below it just yet, but that's what I would look for. I look for that 157.64 here on SUI. I'm gonna do a check back on Bitcoin for a sec here. See what we're looking like there. And that's not going to go anywhere. So that is still stay the same, even if price comes up, sweeps this liquidity first. If it manages to find some muscle to come up, sweep this liquidity from this high right here, which is at 179.11. If it takes that right there, then you see the rejection, and then come back down here into the 157. Either one is fine. However, it chooses to play out from here first. It is losing a little bit of momentum. I didn't see anything else in here. Yeah, so maybe it does take that first. This looks fine. It can drop and still be okay within the day, because really the change in here is going to be lagging behind. But I love the posturing in here. So that would be your get long if market gives it to you first. That'll be your get long right through here. You got the gap through here as well. So maybe it's not a perfect tap on that 157, but you do have like a little bit of a gap in here as well. Let me check back in here on Bitcoin. Poppins my bones. See if we get anything before I get out of here. I really appreciate you. I really appreciate you. Let's see. Oh boy. Ethereum still holding the fort down there. Solana. Speaking of, you know what? Let's take a look at S&P. See what we're looking like with that. All right. So, I mean, market hasn't opened, obviously, and everything is going to look the same from where we last looked at it on Friday. So nothing's changed in here. Still holding our trend regression line, our trend line through here. And then if I go to the other one, which is this one right here. Uh-oh. Didn't mean to move that. We're just back testing where we did get the break to the upside here from this coiling, this little small coiling section in here, to that resistance point there, which was really perfect, and just kind of back testing that at the moment here on the spider. So I know that the way I have them drawn out are both different, and I do that because I like to have different perspectives between the spider and the spy. So you can see this one is more so like this, and this is a potential support level if this um, if this breaks down. If that part breaks down, then this can be a potential support level. And it worked one time before right here. And all it is what we had our initial, this right here, that to here. And then when we came down, we back tested that. We can back test this again for sure. And I don't think I show you a support level off of this one, except for the box down here. So yeah, you could easily still catch support before tapping that low. Easily. It's the Q's. Q's already down here. Well, it was pre-market. It is getting a little bit of a bouncy bounce up. And then you can see the downsloping trend line in here for this squeeze right here on the Q. I am thinking that this right here comes back into this VWAP, and I did run through to see how each pivot played out. So every time a pivot was created, how likely was it to come back to the VWAP? And you can see this one tapped into it from that pivot. So this was that pivot. And I had some other ones in here. And I guess I deleted those or something. Yeah, I deleted those. Whatever. So this would be just like looking at the box that I have. This would be like looking at this box. They all look the same. S&P, QQQ. Right. I mean, they all look the same. SPX. Yeah, they all look the same. So maybe one is a little bit more aggressive than the other, but they all look the same. So that's what I'd be looking at. I'd be looking for a VWAP retest right here, 563. It's gonna take some time. But that's what I'm looking for. On a push to the downside in here. What was it in here? Nothing really. And nothing is suggesting that breakdown is going to happen right now. Nothing is suggesting that. So we're looking for this to continue up. I'm going to take a look at this with, let me turn these two off for a second. So I'm going to take a look at the Q itself. It's a daily, so this is a good chart to look at. Let's take a look at this low volatility. We already have this pattern marked out, so yeah, pattern is already marked out. Could probably adjust this. I'm gonna move it, and I'm gonna move it right back to like this right here, because sometimes what you think is not what you get. But that's how I'm seeing the squeeze. And is this? Yeah, it's really just, I mean, you can see the MACD is squeezing as well, which is why it's chopping about right through here. I don't know. This gives me another pop to the upside vibes, to be honest with you. That's what it's giving me. At least until it takes out this low, and it's already pushing away from here. So it takes out this low. Then yeah, we get that VWAP slap or test. I don't know why I said slap. I'm not the person to say slap. We get the VWAP test. Let's see where this is at right now. See where 1 is at. So chopping through 1. Uh-oh. I don't want that to get stuck on it. But chopping through 1. So yeah, just yeah. Ultimately, I think that this drops. So that's my bias. Turn that 1 off. And that chopping through 1 just basically means that it's consolidating, and we can see that with our eyes, right? We can see that. See Bitcoin. Same thing, same thing. All right. So nothing. Oh, was there something else I was gonna look at in here? I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, nothing. Nothing. Because this was the last time it showed some bullish divergence, was right here too, when it got that drop right here. So last time it showed some bullish divergence, and I do believe that without me having to draw that trend line through here, that looks exactly like the SPY. It was let me see. I put on the 4-hour. I can probably see it better. Oh, this is good too. All right, so that moving average right there, which has been a monster. That's what we catered to. Let me go for. Just reinforcing the squeeze. So nothing really there. I want to be back above here. Want to be back above here. Gap. What are your chances? Yeah. This just has to break down either in either direction. There's really nothing to say sternly here. Nothing at all. Bull dips down through here, which you can see it's already playing out that bull div down through here. And that has basically been the bounce zone too. Pretty clean. 25, 25.47. Yeah, that's been respected 25.47. So the top, maybe not. I wouldn't bother with the top side of that RSI because the stuff like this rounding crap, head and shoulders, that played out. Well, pre-market, we can see it's up. Maybe it comes in and takes out this little top right here, and then it starts to drop back down into here. Aggression to the downside. So you can see how those candles look as opposed to the little chop stuff that's happening pre-market, or maybe the first 15 minutes or so market open. I'll be looking for this again. I do think it comes back and back test that VWAP though. That's my thing about it. Oh, you know what? I can't do this from here. So cannot do this from there. I don't know why I'm putting this on Bitcoin either. I'm put it back on this one. S&P. And let's take a look at gold. So here we are with gold. I was trying to think how I have my settings in here. If I had it for this time frame, if I had it for that monthly time frame. I was looking at some stuff over on the monthly. I think I got it set up for this one over here though. I do. And I was thinking that there was a chance that price action could come back down here to this box right here. Um, let's see if this holds. This has basically been your average right here. So anytime you come below it, or what I've been doing is looking for it to come below it and then looking for it to reclaim above it. Like this was so far away. I don't like that. I wouldn't trust that personally. I wouldn't, because it was so far away, like before it even printed. Like something like this, I'm more inclined to, because, multiple times, it started to hold the level down through here. But here, not so much. I mean, here is all the way up here. I mean, there are other things that I'm looking at as well, but in terms of the momentum itself, that's what I'm looking at when it comes to these little white dashes that you're looking at in here. Momentum. You see how this didn't do anything until price got so many candles up. I don't like that. So I don't touch anything like that. That's just too far away anyway. So I look for it to come back in. I don't want as many candles to the upside on something like that. Maybe look for some bullish divergence or something like that. But yeah. Let's see, this is also allowing me to not get caught up in continued bullish divergence or even bearish divergence, by just going along with this. So right now, where the average reversals are taking place at is going to be from that 52.97 to 52.972 for gold. So if you this is a 28 though, so it's not a standard 14 period setting. It's a 28, and it just gives a cleaner view as opposed to how you just look at a. It's much cleaner than just looking at a, let's just say, 50. For me, it's much cleaner. For me, it's much cleaner, and like I said, it also keeps me from paying attention to. I guess there it is. You could do it like that too. I don't. I don't know. Um, no. Yeah. Sorry, I just had to stare at that for a minute. It's kind of thinking. I mean, overall, we know that gold still looks good from a macro perspective. Gold still looks freaking amazing. I think the last time we were looking at it, and we were looking at it in comparison to that, I think we were here on the monthly time frame, just kind of looking at it here. Um, and I mean, this is just so beautiful. There's no complaint to this right here. Like you barely even got any such tap. Like you come close, but no such tap through here. Here on this S1 right here. Let me see if there was another time frame that was helpful. I guess this one would be it. The weekly, and you can see how we were bouncing off of, from being here in the trap. It's kind of like what Bitcoin looks like right now. It doesn't look super like Bitcoin right now on that daily. When we were looking at those candles, they look about like this right here, just staying above the standard deviation 2 right here, just riding above the standard deviation 2. No pull back down below the standard deviation 2 just yet. And then you can see what actually takes place, but no pullback below the standard deviation 2 right now. It's kind of like what Bitcoin is looking like, with the candles actually progressing, so growing through here. Yeah, the highs are really, you know, they're a hit or a miss with price action. So I can tell you, hey, if it comes back up here to this 46.24, then that might be a place where price action rejects. That's a hit or a miss. That really is. It's a hit or a miss. Um, and likely it'll be a miss because every time well, actually, I take that back. It probably won't be a miss, but we started to pump from each time. Price had to at least come back to the 20 SMA. So we can see that through here. When it does start to flag out, like this one right here doesn't exactly touch it, but where it does start to flag out is below this S1 right here. So it has to at least come down below here to see another breakout, come back down below here and see another breakup, come back to the 20 again before it sees another breakout, came back to the 20 again. So before it actually sees another breakout, we can assume that it would come back here to this 21st before it does another big breakout. It didn't do it right here. Now it only did this one right here. Um, and this has been, I mean, it's been holding like a boss. So beforehand it would have been something like that. Then it breaks down, then it comes. I'm just gonna do it like this. Really looking at this part down through here, if anything, these breaks. And then that was what a bear div. Yeah, bear div. But bullish undertone in here, so yeah. This isn't going anywhere right now. You can see I wasn't even looking for too much on this move down. I'm not even looking at this right here. I'm just thinking, yeah, maybe it'll do something about like right in here for gold. I don't see a reason to get bearish. I know nobody wants to buy tops in here, and we could have thought that this was the top in here and don't buy. This is the top in here, don't buy. This is the top right here, don't buy. This is the top, don't buy. It'd be thinking the same thing. This is the top right here, don't buy. But when we zoom out over here, like that's just, I mean, I really need to see it's the top. This is just still straight up and to the right now. That silver. Make sure I'm under the right thing, because if I'm not, I'll go too far. And silver. It's still out there. Still above here. I was looking for this right here, just because this candle wick, it's just kind of in the middle of nowhere. There's just this candle wick right here, so I'm just looking at this. It's a little bit too dark. I don't know if that happens though. I'm gonna change it to blue too. And we've already played all of that out where we just came back into the 786. We did tap here, so we would be looking for this to be a rejection point right here to give us that move down here. But if it starts to break above that, and you can see what the number is over here because it's far away from my eyes at the moment, how I have my computer angled. But that red, this one right here, if this is the rejection, then I would be looking for price to come back down towards here to here. I think at one point I was looking for something here at this 0.886, but we never came as far as that. And you can see I still have that set up sitting right here, but we never came as far as that. We only did this 786. And then that one didn't play out all the way. I would have to minimize this too if I'm gonna be able to get it. And I may have to come back and look right here. Hasn't really been coming all the way back down here to this and might just do something like that, which I don't have any interest in that. I'm gonna leave it like I had it, but yeah, that might not happen. I guess if you're looking for continuation, then you look for it to bounce off of this golden pocket again and keep going. Go back up. Yeah, you definitely be looking for it to hold here. Now that it has also come back above this red line through here as well, so you'll be looking for a golden pocket back test. This old golden pocket to hold, and then for price to push back up. Maybe just coming back into here. That's something to look for. It ain't my cup of tea, but I'm just saying, yeah, back into this golden pocket. Could look for something like that. But this is really what I'm interested in. All right, Bitcoin is managing to push above with the actual close above that 786. So I guess we're going for that liquidity up there at the high right now. I'm going to put us back on Bitcoin chart before I get ready to dips. It did get a closure above here, and it is trading above, following that closure above the 786. So look for that push up there. You see how it keeps doing this little inverse thing too, which is typical for like a falling wedge structure or something like that. You'd end up getting that little inverse. It likes to keep doing this garbage. Just playing. This little inverse. We do another one down through here. Yeah, little inverse. Keeps doing these little inverse head and shoulders. Tell you the thing is not playing out because it had this little head and shoulder formation. It didn't play that out. It's not on this time frame. It's on the What was it? Was it on the 4 hour? No. What was it on? Can't remember what it was on. Anyway, I don't know. And again, if you didn't catch that earlier, new orders were opening, looking for, for right around where we are right now. So if we're just hanging out here by the time market opens, we probably would see some sort of reaction to the downside. I consider this to be pinning price action just around where we had that new open interest coming in at for this area. If we're not doing that, if they don't send it down, then we will be coming into resistance right about here. This was peak resistance the last two times was right in here. If I put it on the 4 hour, you can see that 4 hour, but the daily time frame, you can see it a little bit better right here. So peak both times right here. And this just happens to be a monthly pivot point. Happens to be this right here that you're seeing. Happens to be that. And then, of course, the next level, which I ultimately think that Bitcoin will be coming into here, maybe even a little bit higher. But this is definitely one of the levels to watch. I hate when I cut through something. I don't like cutting through. Hate cutting through price action like that. I'd rather it be cleaner like this. I hate to cut through price action. It's gonna irritate me. And that gives us the if we're gonna get it. Too many people are calling for it at this point to be like, yeah, we'll get this head and shoulder formation. I think that was the 50. If you weren't here, if I'm not mistaken, that was the 50. I meant the okay, golden pocket. Yeah, right to here. Outside of that, all I'm looking at right now is what's through here. So this is the moment of truth. The moment of truth. I really don't need this fit right here because we're well above that. these numbers don't start to get kind of crazy until we're above this level too. Once we do manage to get above. But we haven't come up enough to test this. Start to look for an SFP. Since we're managing to get through this resistance before market opens. It's kind of weird right here. Let me take a look at this. This is kind of weird. I was like, that is kind of weird. Oh, I'm on the weekly. Hold on. That's what's making it weird. Well, that's not the only thing making it weird. Oh, hold on. I'm going to have to push this back. Let me figure out where I had that at. It's throwing me off. Okay. Just wanted to get to this one. Lots of shorts piling in. It's basically just been squeezing price higher. Mm. Drop down to a lower time frame. See if can make sense out of the chart from here. Um, Makes my life easier. Oh boy. Seeing if this is even gonna matter. It's probably not. See what coin is looking like. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Pretty good. So hood should be looking pretty good too. I know that there are some people looking to hold on. Yeah, this might be a nothing burger with this. I have to turn all of that back on to look at it. Just forget it. Is my line right? Questioning my line right now. That's why I always try to. That's why I get so anal about my trend lines. I tried to not put you through that this time, and that started to bother me. Okay. Come on, we're gonna just keep chopping this golden pocket. All right, while that's, I mean, we're just chopping this golden pocket 786 at the moment. It had this little rising structure through here, just trying to see if we're going to get the breakdown in here on this. Then I'll be looking for about, right about this low right here. Be looking right about here. Just everything from this rise right here. No, what is that? 9, 2, 7, and 2. Yeah, just look right about in here right now. For now, I'm gonna let's see. I'm gonna jump off of this for a sec. Yeah, we'll just be looking right here, guys. Right here. This was the faster break to here. I probably would have just did the pivot instead of this right here. Just did that instead. That was the faster break right here. See if that showed up. Oh, damn. So hopefully, we'll see how the day goes. Coin and Hood, check on those, and MicroStrategy, see how they're doing. The last time we looked over here at Coin, while we're waiting on Bitcoin to come down, it's going to come down to that level. We were talking about the potential of a sweep in here, but we got way more candles down through here, so we got closures. We got to run on this level this time, as opposed to, yeah, just that. No, actually, no. Hold on. Yeah, that's correct, because it's a monthly level, so that's correct. Was looking for that. Then we ran. We started closing multiple candles below it. We came back up. We talked about this gap fill in here, and we got that for this little bounce up. We got another gap in here now, as we're trying to get back towards this trend line to here. This first one. Let's see if we fill this gap. What are my levels through here? Oh, I got through here. Everything is up above here. I probably need to do away with this because, yeah, do away with this. Unlock it. No, don't want to see it. I want to get rid of it because I haven't made any attempt to adjust any of that here recently. I guess more than recently because all of that was up there. Do have my daily level right here. This looks pretty decent so far. At least it looks decent. You see that little rising, whatever we want to call this. We do it like that. See that? I mean, we're pretty up there. Pretty up there. See if this is really a problem. Maybe price opens and takes that, and then it gets the rejection. We look for a retracement back into about 256. I think that was what we needed to hold the last time anyway. Before we got this breakdown, it was here. It was here. So if it pushes up a little bit more, maybe it comes back and tests that 256 again, and then it breaks down. But this looks like it's something that's definitely gonna, once market opens, it's gonna correct and maybe even fill that gap in right here. That's just not even a maybe. Fill this gap in right here. Hold these lows through here. It's basically what that's looking like. Let me make sure. That candle is so puny. It's so puny. Let me just drag it out like that. Yeah. May not even make it that far in. That's just me giving it some hopium, or something like that. That's pure hopium. It's Robin Hood. This really hasn't made too much progress. I'm starting to lose a little bit of hope in here. I really am. I'm starting to lose hope on it. And I'm thinking that, we're just increasing the chances. Like, I can do away with this line right here. I mean, none of this stuff right here has to. But it almost makes me feel like it's, and I'm hoping it doesn't want to come back down here towards this larger trend line down through here. Here. I'm really hoping you like this. Let me change the so this is just internal structure to what I consider to be a larger structure through here. So far, it's respecting this golden pocket 786, but it worries me that it may want to, and I'm fine with it. I just, I don't need this right now. I need for this to break out of here, assuming that this is a wave 4 and we got a 5. I hope that's the case. I'm not for certain at this point. This is going on and on and on. Let's see, circle, not really getting into this one too much. I mean, we've basically been between. I think it's like one more in here. I don't think we've hit the 100. No, we haven't. So it's one that's not showing up in here, and it was the one for down here. Yeah, the 65. Let me go ahead and add that 65 here. Yeah, it's the 65. So we basically been in between these forward circle. If you're into circle, starting to get a little lower. You know you make me wanna. Got that same wedgie structure through here. If it does push up, I'll be looking at possibly capping that 90 again, because we've basically been in between those four, and that has been that's been it. I'm just gonna put this on that. And see how strong the market is. No, that's Netflix. I do want to get into this. I'm just going to wait until tomorrow because I've covered this extensively about what I thought my thoughts were on Netflix, especially from a higher time frame. I was trying to get the strategy and it didn't pop up there. Uh, I can get it from here. MSTR. So we got one more level down through here for now, and let me unlock this and pull these out. We got one more level. We gapped up to that one this time, and these are all of the support levels for this zone. It's a zone of support, but this is the last one that's down here. So so yeah, it loses 139. Then focus automatically comes down here to 105. And there's only one level in here for 105. After that, then we down here at these. Let's see, strategy. I mean, as long as it's still in the support zone in here, I was saying I wouldn't short the support levels, the support zone through here. I would wait for it to lose the support, but strategy is wild. In fact, let me look at strategy on a monthly. All right, yeah, $3. So this is that entire zone. I think that was that entire zone. Yeah. That I'm looking at for strategy. Why does that one look like that? Let me see. 6 month. Is that why? I think it's because I did it like this on a 6 month that it looks like that. I think that's why. Or is it that way because of? Yeah, I think it's due to me doing it according to the 6 month. I think that's how I did that. It might have been why. Yeah, I think so. I'm just questioning this 139 at the moment. I think that's why I did it like that, because I did it from the 6 month. I don't know that this doesn't line up with me doing it from the 6 month, but uh, hmm, I don't know. And then here, yeah, it needs it. It really needs it. I'll be careful about shorting again. For me personally, I'd be careful about shorting right in here, just because I know that this is a support zone for strategy, even though it looks like absolute garbage. Garbage. I'll check back on Bitcoin real quick because I can see we're coming down towards that. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. We're okay. All right. Um, yeah, I think it has a chance to come back up in here. Maybe somewhere between this wick and this 5 right here. Let me zoom on a 3 month. I just know you had support. So this is gonna be your last leg. I got this marked as a last leg defense. I almost want to, let me see. I almost want to slide this down a little bit just underneath this. And I don't know why. It's not like that. It's not like that. 137.75. I mean, I can't remember why I did it like I did it. That just doesn't seem like that could have been my reason. Nah, that can't be my reason. I'm gonna change that level on strategy. It's just bugging me. Just bugging me a little bit. I could add one right here, but it's just bugging me a little bit. Okay, never mind. I figured it out. That's why. Okay, I'm like, why do I have it like that? That's why. Okay. That's why it's like that. Okay. So it can stay like it is. I don't have to worry about it. It makes me want to add one still for that. I'm just gonna leave it at that 139 though. Just leave it at that. That's the last level of defense. Yeah, because if it loses that, I don't I'm definitely not thinking about this. If it loses that, I'm not thinking about this. But who knows, maybe. Who knows, maybe. I'm just gonna keep it as is though. Yeah. While I'm here, I might as well pull these out so it doesn't bug me. I've been trying to be good. Really have. Been trying to be good. Just looking like Bitcoin, that's all. Just looking like Bitcoin. It's a lot further away from that um, level of resistance than Bitcoin is. So maybe right here, potentially. But it has 1, 2, 3 times hit this 3 times. You can see the wick. You can see no wick this time. So I question if it comes up here and it acts as resistance this time, or if um, there's less demand to short it from here. That could be the case. That could be the case, and it actually breaks through, just like we're expecting for Bitcoin to finally get that breakthrough to take out this liquidity right here. That'll put strategy somewhere underneath these lows in here. It'll get a push up though. It's not bad. Let's take a look back at Bitcoin as we are coming a little bit closer to what I'm looking at right here. Maybe wanting to front run me. I'm most certainly not thinking about any of this down through here. I'm really just thinking all of this from this rise should send you back to this low. It should. Popping my knuckles, excuse me. I got the munchies. I have got the munchies. So I'm really, I tell you, I'm really hoping that this isn't too successful of a bounce, and it just comes back and rejects from this breakdown from this rising structure. That's um, that's the hopium that I have for it, because I do want to see us correct down for a nice little entry, because I believe we do continue up. So I want to be able to take a new long position. And I don't want to take it from here, so I'm not interested in that. And I hope Bitcoin doesn't make me regret it. And that could have been the low. It could have been. I have to see it break this level. At this point, I need for it to roll over, just absolutely roll over on this level. Because if it's not rolling over on this level, then that's, it'll. Oh, boy. It'll at least be coming back to back test it, or we can just say this 786 right here. I'll pull this forward, and hopefully I do a good job with respecting the levels. It's something like that. I'm gonna check it because I'm special. Ain't bad. I could have just hit the extend on this. You know what? Yeah. Just in case. Just in case. But if it absolutely rolls over on this, I tell you what I'm looking at next. It's going to be this pivot right here. So it's going to be, and I'm loving it a lot more. And we start to be getting better on what I'll be looking for. Only if, but it has to. I don't think that it's prepared to do this just yet. Make sure I'm giving it to you right. No, that's the wrong one. It's this one right here. As it stands right now, it's this one. Come on. Oh, yeah, as it stands, it's this one. But I don't think it's ready to roll over on this just yet. Um, yeah. So I look for a move back into this trend line right here, which probably would be this 786 retracement right here. And then from there, maybe we can get that move down. So maybe we can do something like this right here. Maybe we can do something like that. I would much appreciate that. Oh boy. You know, I haven't looked at it in a minute. I haven't looked at bubbles in a minute. I get really childish when I'm tired. Look at render. When we zoom out, though, it's not a lot. It's not a big move, but it's a start. It's a start. You know, I finally came up some off of that pump position too. The pump position that was so dead in the water that I was sharing with you guys. It finally came up a little bit since meme coins have been somewhat pumping a little bit. Just extend this out. Um, I finally regained some of the little money that I put into it. And again, you know, it's not a lot of cash. It's enough cash that it's this is how I feel about it. You ever had money in your pockets before? And most people probably don't carry cash right now, but you ever had money in your pocket before and you reached in your pocket to grab something and you without paying attention, that money came out and fell on the floor and you lost it, somebody else found it. Yeah. That's how I feel about that. It doesn't bother me. I guess it depends on how much money you had in your pocket too. But it was just enough for that it wouldn't bother me, but it's still down. It's still down pretty healthy. It's down like 56% right now. But it came up quite a bit because it was almost about to get liquidated and it, you know, it's just one of those positions again that I use very low capital on. I did not put a stop loss on it because it was that petty of cash because it's a meme coin and I don't play around with meme coins like that. Not really. Not really playing around with meme coins like that. Something like a PayPay, sure. I mess with that a little bit differently. Something in the situation that Pump is in, nah. But a good one like PayPay, sure. Speaking of PayPay, I haven't looked at PayPay in forever. I want to take a look at PayPay. I do want to take a look at PayPay. Others getting really close to potentially breaking above this this trend line too. If you didn't pay attention to others, it is definitely getting pretty close to breaking above this trend line. It's almost there. Something that I was looking at on this one. What was I looking at on this one? Yeah, you can see you got a positive MACD cross. Last time you got a positive MACD cross right here too. It was very, very brief. It was a stint right here, just really quick right here. But you see this squeeze right here? Like this would be your dream right here. This squeeze, and then it's break to the upside, just like back over here. Um, but first things first for me, and then this gave you a second chance too. Gave you a second chance after it came back up through here. You got your MACD cross right here, but you're not close to getting the MACD cross up over here. And when I say MACD cross up, I'm referring to oh yeah, I'm referring to actually you didn't get a MACD cross up until here. The delta's already done that a little bit because the delta is leading. So you always want to see your delta above your MACD until you get above the zero line. Once you get above the zero line, you want to see your MACD cross above your delta. So that's how your crosses are going to work. Your delta is going to lead because it's going to cross up the zero line first, and then your MACD, you want to see it follow. Right now, they do have a pretty big gap between them, though, as opposed to over here. Over here, you got your delta crossing up your MACD, showing strength for MACD, and then you get the cross of the MACD signal across the signal line, because that's what you get when the delta crosses up the zero line. It means MACD is above its signal line, and then you want to see your MACD come above your delta. And we're far from that part. Right now, it is at the phase where the MACD does have a positive signal cross to its moving average. It has a positive signal cross to its moving average, but this big space in between this right here, this would just be a correction and then another push down unless MACD crossed above the zero line. That's what that implies. Just a correction. So I wouldn't call this some sort of a altcoin season or something like that, not in terms of technical analysis here. But hopefully, if an impulsive move does happen, then this will change quick if an impulsive move happens. But this is relaxed too. I'm looking for this to come back up here or at least come back. Let me make sure with this pivot right here. Yeah. Without me having to wait on that, I could say this right here. I could say this. And as long as that happens with no bear div, I like it. Boom, boom, inverse head and shoulder on the RSI. I like it. Yeah. But it's shaping up pretty good. It's shaping up pretty good. Others. I haven't looked at you in forever. Do I even have you in here? It would be crazy for me to not have it in here. Okay. Let's see it on a 4-hour. Ooh, good gracious. Good gracious, bodacious. What was the deal with this? Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember this. I had ranges for this. I had okay, it's back inside this range right here now, so that's great. Because it was holding, like every time it came down to here, you at least got to pop up. Let me see what. And at that time, Oh man, that was kind of perfect, perfect, perfectly done too. I like that. And the sell signal already though. And this is the daily. I think it probably continues. That fires off a pump. This diverges really bad down through here. But you got a trend regression line that says pause, sit on your hands. Got a trend regression coming up. Continuation for sure. That's what it looks like. Pepe continues. You'd be lucky if you get it back down here to the bottom side of this range right here. Just here, still holding this zone, but just back test here. That's 544. Get it back here and then bounce away. That'd be great. Pepe. See Pepe on the weekly. And that's, you can see why it's drawn like that too now. That body. Oh, body all over my head. Looks like I missed a little bit of this low. Anyway, I did. I missed a little bit of this low. Not gonna make a big deal out of it because we're nowhere near it right now. So yeah, if it comes back down, you want to see it hold within the range. You want to see it respect the range that it used to respect, and then get the bounce away from here. You see that? I think that this continues up. I treat it like, like prior. To be honest with you, I treat it like prior. Let's see that right there. So roundabout where it caps out at too on the move down. Caps out right about here. Boom. Comes back. Caps out there. Boom. Comes back. It broke it this time because it broke the range. And then you can see where it came back up this range. So yeah, on a move down, you want to see it respect that level for Pepe. 20 SMA rejection also in play right here. And then if I drop, let me see if that's it or if this is it. Just trying to see. Okay. I can just stick with that because it is a 20 SMA rejection right now. But you can also add that regression line across the top here, which probably is going to be Pepe trying to get above this pivot right here. That's about what that looks like, where the resistance might come in for what we're seeing on here right now. But I like this chart. I like it. I'm willing to buy if it comes back here and it respects this level. But I have to see it come back to this. I like it. Like I said, 20 SMA rejection. So if I put on my me switch this up. SMA. Oh, it's not enough for me. Hold on. I probably just don't have it on. Nice little cross here too. A little cross there that time, a little cross there that time. So I mean, how fast is it reverting from that? It's not reverting from that fast. So I like it. Yeah, just come back right here. I love it. Let me turn on that 20. So there's a 20 SMA right there. So that's what it's rejecting here at this 20 SMA. I like your pay. Yeah, I like pay chart. All right. All right, so we're holding. This could be one rejection point right here, but ultimately I think it'll get there, and then from here again be looking for. I'm looking for this level right here. As it stands right now, this is what I'll be looking for. Now that does start to. I moved something. Um, that could be the point again where for that 4 hour time frame. For that 4 hour time frame, we could see us break down to the 20 SMA. Okay, so that'll be your level to watch for the 4 hour to 20 SMA. That could be the long entry, and again that did align with that first gap from the CME from the CME. So that's currently around the $90,000 level. So we dropped below the previous day high, and then by the time it's time for market to close again, then we pop back up. We just blast through here like it's nobody's business. That's what I want. That's the hopium. I'm starting to feel like I should have just taken this trade right here, but and I could have to hedge against my short, um, but I just didn't. I just didn't. It's really the middle of the range. I don't want to. Really don't want to do the middle of the range. Probably not the middle of the range for this chart. I don't have this on. I hate for all of this other. I'm gonna turn this off for now. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, still middle of the range. That's not for this time frame. Just making sure it doesn't. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. If this holds, then this could be the one where we actually break this level. But and I don't mind. I don't mind. if it is. I won't mind if it is. All right. I have to be a content creator this morning and a barber, so give me a second. Take a look at it and see. Look at it, make sure that's okay for you. If not, just come back. All right, that was a quick lineup. You're welcome. All right. Now, if we get through this level, because we have to have an invalidation, I'm not going to be a happy camper, but we look for this SFP up here. Or maybe they just want to SFP that level. I'm going to put this on this. And see if we're getting through here. Doom, doom, doom. And I think we had just opened our new 4-hour candle, didn't we? Yeah, so too. Yeah. So we're not asking for too much. No, not asking for too much. I had added the 50 in here. I guess I took it away. Oh, it's in here. What's that? Oh, right here. Duh. So ridiculous. At the 382. And that's the level we're looking at anyway. Somewhere around about here. So yeah. Let's see, we got this one, and then if we lose that, then I'm looking at 382. And where's the 236? Depending on how, yeah, that's that, yeah. So I'm gonna turn off 618. Actually, I could just, that's what we're looking at. This is too low. Even that's too low. 236, 382. That's what we're watching. We do more than this, then I mean, obviously the highs in here. Oof, yeah, should be simple enough. Huh. I'm gonna leave that just like that. Oh, that's not for this time frame. That's why I keep hitting the indicator stuff, because it's not for this time frame. For the 15-minute, I think we pretty much got the understanding on this. All of this right here was in fact this chart where we put in this ascending wedge formation right here was from that impulsive move that we got. Uh, um, no, well, yeah, that fast move that we got up over the Sunday, yeah, from Sunday above the standard deviation 2, and so that was just chop against that wall of standard deviation 2. That was that chop, which means it's probably going sideways, if I'm making any sense. Sometimes I'm talking and somebody's like, you're just going over. Turn that cue off, turn that off, turn that off, turn that off, turn. Ooh, geez, I don't have it on. Okay, that's interesting. I literally don't have it on here. Let me just show you. Empty. I think I have the settings properly. I don't think I do. 15, about 4 hour, basically. So let me put it on a 15-minute time frame so you can see what I'm saying a lot easier. Actually, you can't even see what I'm saying. Hold on. What am I? Let me see what I'm using. Am I using a 1 hour then? No, it's a 4 hour. I just got a different, it's just different from the other one that I'm looking at. Okay. But that would be your standard deviation 1 right here. So if it is pulling back, that's why I'm saying hold this standard deviation right here, just like it was doing the rest of the time. Holding it, holding it, holding it until we break it, and then we'll be looking right in here. Dang, I really thought, but it didn't. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I can see it from this other chart. I just can't see it from here. Probably because I just plotted it on here too. It hasn't had time to look messy because it will look messy. I probably need to work on some bugs with it or something too. Um, Maybe I'll get around to doing something like that today. Okay. Whatever you want to do, I'm here for it. It's 8:20. We didn't have any data this morning. I don't believe so. Let me just hold on. Yeah, nothing. I know that I guess people are going to be looking at oil prices right about now. Don't want to really say too much around that. Let me see this week. This morning we do have ISM this morning at 10 a.m. So we have ISM manufacturing PMI. Um, that's the most critical thing I can see in here. And then let's see. Yeah, today. Then we'll get into some other stuff on Wednesday, but that's what we have to look forward to today at 10 a.m., which fortunately I will not be around. I'm really trying to hang in here until market opens at 9:30. Uh, but I think I've done my bid for today. I'm just going to see if we're going to get that break below this level right here. This could be where we start to roll over a little bit more. Hoo-way, hoo-way. But first things first, it's going to be, let me see how I have this drawn. Let me just make sure. It'll find some support around the 236. It will. It'll find some support around the 236 if it rolls down right here. And that 236 was hold on. It's not that. Not that lady. It's this right here. For a minute. For a minute, it'll come back and hold it in here. For a minute. You know. Come back and hold that. I will still be looking for what I'm looking for. Yeah, let me make sure I'm right about that. 10, let's see. Yeah, I'm right about that. If it does lose this level right here, then it would find some quick support right in here for the moment. And that's also going to be that trend regression line that's not showing up here, but you can see it here. That's also going to be this trend line right here. The one, yeah, it's also going to be this trend line right here. And it's the 382. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm saying the 236 because that's what we're holding right now. But it'll be the 382. Be the 382. Get you back, Aliva. And again, this is how we can tell we're in a bullish environment too, because you don't typically get the bounces around those first first two fib levels. We started doing that, so it makes a difference in seeing that. I need to change this. Because right now I have it for 382 and 50, which is really incorrect because and it should be this. Like, you want to replace it? Yes, I do. Replace it. Does that mean you're still paying premium prices for it up here? Every time it bounces from this 236 and this 382, you're paying premium price for that trade instead of discount. I am going to pig out. Well, I pigged out the last two days, which has been really, really bad. I haven't actually worked out the last 3 days. A little bit of light walking, but nothing really. And I've gotten lazy, and I hate this laziness upon me. I just really want to chill. You ever just get to that point where all you want to do is just chill? Like, I just want to be a bum for a little while. That's it. Just be a bum. Oh, I got some stuff I gotta take care of too before I forget. A lot of a lot of capital is flowing. Well, I can't say that capital was necessarily flowing out of Palantir, but of course, you know what causes Palantir to pump. I didn't look at that today, but you know what causes Palantir to pump. Bad news causes Palantir to pump. Let me take a look at PTLR, PLTR, PLTR, PTLR. Give me some of that PTLR. Palantir. Okay, so we're down here back at one of our levels that we were holding before. Got a little gap up off of that level this time. I'm gonna have to readjust this. I'm gonna have to readjust this stuff now. The problem is sometimes I'll put these lines in here and we will have used them enough that I need to adjust them, and I haven't. So I just kind of left this quite like this, but this right here where we reacted a few times before, I do need to modify these now because it was wonderful before. I may have done these from this 4 hour time frame too. I think I did. I think I did do it from this 4 hour. And this is what we're entertaining. Got that little gap up right there. I don't know if I want to look back at that. I'll probably look at this right here. Going forward. What you do with that gap? I might decide on that. 4 hour. Oof. Yeah, they getting ready to buy this Palantir. They are. They're getting ready to buy this. Now we'll see if we don't bear div a little bit more to bring price down. But it looks it could bear div a little bit. It could. Had to zoom out and go daily. It's good to zoom out. Yeah, daily says it's. I mean, we'll see what happens today with this right here because this is outside of the band right now. You're outside of the band, you're doomed to come back inside the band. Doesn't necessarily mean you get some sort of crazy move up, but it is outside of the band still. It's been outside the band 1, 2, 3. Just gonna wait for it to turn back up. Once it turns back up, then hooray. I would take a look at it. Comes back up this level for sure. I mean, we know it's above here right now. Yeah, it's so. Hold on, let me go to a 16. Okay, so that explains that part then. Okay, so momentum is trying to come back in here. So yeah, I guess they are. I guess they are. As long as it stay above here, I suppose. I don't really have to change this line then. I was thinking about it. I said, nope, you're good. You're good, mama. I'm not sure about this one though, because we broke through it the last time with ease. We broke through it and we started to chop and hit this little gap fill in here. Get back down. Looking at this one. Fibs don't always give me hope. See what Bitcoin. Okay. The dynamic duo. The fib did hit for it. Okay. Gap fib. I don't always know that I can trust fibs on can't trust fibs on everything. You really can't. Would save some time and energy on drawing these dang on levels out, right? I think that would just line up with that, but yeah. The last few times only came back this much too out of this entire move up. It's only been right about in here. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I like it. Then a trend regression down through here. Let me see if that actually hit it. the first time. Um, it did. For a clean rejection right there. I'm gonna turn this blue. I'm gonna have all kinds of lines everywhere. Sometimes that's a sacrifice. Sometimes that's the sacrifice. I might have to get me some Palantir again. Let's see. I was interested. I don't know about that. Don't know about that. I don't think that would. I was concerned about this for a second. Not really anymore. Am I concerned about this? Let me change that. Not really anymore. Do I have a concern? I mean, that's all the way down here at this line anyway. Last time I ignored something like this, though, it cost me dearly. I don't know. It's times like this that make Palantir pop, though. I'm gonna consider it and see what happens when market opens, though. Give market at least the first. I might even give it the first 30 minutes. Yeah, I'll give it the first hour. Yeah, I'll give it the first hour, and then look back at this Palantir situation. Maybe even give me that 786 bounce on this thing. Area I'm not really looking for. All right. All right. I might be willing to take a long right here. I might be willing to do that. And it's 382. See 15-minute. I know I'm talking about this level down here, but let me just see what we're gonna be looking like. Okay, so we broke. Okay, so we're 45. So we're actually below. We're below what we had been holding on to. Okay, 45. Come back up 49, but I don't want to take anything right here. I am going to continue to. All right, this is I know y'all can't see anything with that dang old line sitting right there. I think we're past the point of explaining this. Let me just see this little situation right here. This is where it's been popping back up from above 49, but only on a 20, 28 look back, and not a 14. And that's, yeah. Dun, dun, dun. I would still have to sit on my hands at this level. I already know you did it. I gotta sit on my hands. This looks like we could break this though. It's our previous day high. I expect for us to come back down this and then reclaim it. I just do. And just because we've done it every other day. Every other day we did that. So this doesn't matter to me. Oh gosh. It doesn't really matter to me. And probably wick in just a second. I'm gonna get one of these little wicks like this. Um, I am short, so I know that I like for price to come down. And heck, that's an even better entry than opposed to this one. There's that wick. Because you know what? You know what that just tapped? It just tapped right about there. It just come on and tap this 382. That was our wedge that we broke down from right here. After trying to flip above this 786, that's the wedge right there. see if we can get this. Might get interesting right here, because if we're not holding this 382 right here, then we're outside of the norm of where it had been bouncing from. um, I'd actually love to see it tap it though. But yeah, it would need to hold this right here. Otherwise, we would see those lower levels. But this right here would be the game right here. This would be the long right here. If it were to give one, it'll be this. Um, got that small. Let me make sure that's covering that little piece of liquidity right there, just in case, because you never know what it's going to do. I still think that this, I think we're rolling over though. I think we're rolling over. We'll set that for two. I think it's rolling over. At least see $1,000 move. I will be back up here to take out this liquidity if we got $1,000 move. It makes me get in my imagination. How likely is that? Yeah, I'll let it test it, break away, and then back test it again. We're slowing down dramatically right here. We'll see. So I'll jump back on a 15-minute for now. It's only a 50. That's what I'm looking at us holding. Momentum is, MACD hasn't necessarily come back below the zero line, and even at the times where it did, it was consolidating at that point. So we were setting up for an explosive move out. As you can see, every time we did that, we put in a little flag, and that's how you identify again a range that's about to have an explosive move. We haven't got to that stage just yet. It can be a V-shape recovery. I'm not going to be interested in that. I may consider it here again. I may consider doing something right here, but it'll have to probably consolidate a little bit or something. Let's see. Then, so we had this one right here with that, and then we had this little smaller one right here. We just flatline. I think this was the one time we hit the 618. So if that's that previous day high, I'm stuck on that previous day high. I'm gonna get rid of this. We've done that. Order block. All right, 30 more minutes. Just like to go ahead and say my thank yous to anyone who stopped by today to hang out with your girl down to Crypto TA on the Coin Kings channel. Who's promised me he will be consistent in making a few more videos. And I'm still deciding about whether or not I'm going to be changing the time for the stream. I've gotten so used to starting at 5. And if volatility is coming back, it'll be good. I know markets will open and then we'll have to deal with all that jargon. Let me turn this off and let me look back at IBIT. IBIT. If it'll flip for me, then I can look at it. So we're still pinned around that 5250. As you know, there were more orders. I was telling you there was open interest coming in for this 5250. New orders were coming in on this, and supposed to be so it's a put strike. It's a put strike. Boom, 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 boom. It is a put strike, and we're so in between because that next one is going to be up here in this golden pocket. We know that it's going to be this golden pocket. Well, I got to get that loan right away. I just don't want to take this. Oh, a little too late anyway. If I did, I just didn't like that. I didn't like that at all. Look at that. What is that? What is that? Did it close back up? What is that? I don't like that. It really is forcing me to pin it in between this range. Let's see if we can't get rid of. I need the borders a little bit. And I just hate just cancel. This is our squeeze. This right here is our squeeze right now. I break to the downside. I break to the upside here. We hang out in here. We'll break. I might not be interested anymore because I really didn't want this to do that. Where do I get back interested at? I get back interested um, probably around the 618. This would be one of those moments where I'd probably look at that. We didn't diverge this time. That's cool because every other time we came up like this, we did see like some sort of divergence there. Hold in here. Decide in a minute what I want to do. But again, this is where we're squeezing at, and I can see that too. You can see it once I show you the squeeze. Um, it's legitimately right here. The bottom side of the triangle here, top side of the triangle right here. Not feeling it. Mm. Am I feeling like? Just while I'm here. Why not? Why not? Guess we'll figure this part out in a minute. If it's just gonna reject here again, or if it's gonna push up and become a larger bear flag. And I know we've already had the squeeze breakout. I know that. Just trying to decide. Boom, 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 boom. I'm just gonna do this from the center. Ethereum is back test. It did actually back test the trend line. Pretty clean move into that momentum line here for Ethereum. And let's see. Just trying to see. Let's see. Let me see what that was like. Forget that. Let's see what this was like. That's the previous day low. I think everything. No, not the previous day low. No. So this is the previous day high here, and I think this is correct. I'm gonna have to check. Um, I don't like that. This was the only clean one. Let me go on a weekly. I knew that was wrong. Okay. I have not changed this. I don't need this one because I had a previous week high. Actually, you just use that one. And then previous day low is that. Okay. Oh, that candle. You see that candle? And see, this is why we start out like that on the daily too, where we eat into the candle, and then when the daily candle gets ready to close, none of this looks the same because we end up breaking through and taking out the high. So we would end up probably around about the time where we get our daily close, we probably end up coming up here and breaking through and taking out this high. That's something to look for. Uh, I'm just going to put a daily on that top of that candle right there. And this is the daily low. I'm not going to pay attention to the actually. Just want to mark out that range. I can see it from over here if I really want to, right here. But let's see, we're closer to eating into that range. This is a daily range low. The daily range high. So this would start to look like pure garbage if we break down below this. I mean, what our daily range has been, we would that candle would eat its own tail. Something like that. So obviously if you're Ethereum long from anywhere over the weekend, you want to see, let's just say Sunday, you want to see this hold. Hmm. And Solana's basically the same thing in here for Solana. Um, we're here, Solana's almost eaten back into the day's range. So look at this from a daily. Solana, same situation here. And then even here, you can tell how once the daily close gets ready to come in, how they shoot the price up and take out the daily high every time. Through here is how it's been. And I had this on a 1 hour. That was the peak value here on the 4 hour when we got it. And so we're back testing that to see if this is where value is. So this was the value high here. It's not the same as the VRVP, um, but that's what that is for that 4 hour time frame. Shulanta. All right, 15 more minutes for market opens. And we are laying flat until this market opens too. We are still on this see this 1 hour time frame right here. See if I can, yeah. Right here, you can see how we had the breakout here and then the back test, and we're trying to hold on to this right here. So Oh boy. 10 minutes. I still got PayPay up over here. PP. As we're coming into market open, I can see that we actually hit this first one right here for this 8 for AVGO right here for Broadcom, which is the 382. Assuming this is an ABC correction, and then it taps out right here and then comes back down one more time, potentially filling this all the way through somehow. But yeah, maybe it doesn't do any more than hold here and continue up. But so far, so good with AVG. Peek back at Oracle as well. So far, so good with Oracle once it got back above this SD1 right here. So far, so good. Haven't checked back on, let's see, TSLA, Tesla. I was saying that I thought that maybe Tesla was a good buy right in here at this low. I put a post out on it. We'll see. Scared money right here, which means it probably will go back up again. Not all the way back up here. I'm not looking for all of that, but well, maybe all of that happens. But definitely some scared money, a lot of fear, right in here, which is why I was saying I think that this would bounce. So we didn't quite make it up here, but I think it has the potential to continue at this sizzle. Let's see. As long as we hold in here, I would have to say that that's possible. This is why I hate cutting through bodies. Really not thinking about that one anymore. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, this is just one leg up. So if it's holding in here, I really like that. 50 to so what's that discount? It kind of stalled out right here and going sideways on this one now. I'm just yapping while I'm waiting. do the same thing in my opinion. But I'll do it like that. That's the preference. Take a look at Lulu. We already broke down from that. What you doing, Lulu? Maybe I could have still left that there, right? Let me just see if there's any such thing. Okay. Whatever that is. Lulu will probably be sideways in here for quite a while. I'm not gonna focus on that one too much. I said, oh my gosh, I just so regret saying, there's some stuff in here, but I just wouldn't buy it. Gee, what we doing right here? All right, 4 minutes. See Bitcoin. I see you, Bitcoin. What we doing? Before I take it there, just wanted to see what that might be like. See if there's anything to that. It was for a minute. It might continue like that. Yeah, I'd probably continue with that. G. Yeah. Yeah. See, Pre is already outside of that. Want to see if that was a bear there. It is. It looks fine though. I guess I can delete this now. It's finally gotten back up above it, so it's probably not going to go forward. All right, 1 minute. I'm going to flip back over to Bitcoin. Market's about to open here. this isn't as important when we can see the rest of it. All right. It's still hitting that 20 SMA right across here. Let's see if we get that breakdown. That'd be great. Be great. For a minute there, it looks like we were breaking that trend line we have on that RSI on that 4 hour time frame. Um, but we're about an hour and a half out from even confirming that. But it looks like it is breaking now. I mean, if it does anything, it'll be that last swing up for that 4 hour and then that rejection. I think that's kind of like how I posted on it yesterday before we got the move. Was that we correct and then we get that a follow up move to the upside for Bitcoin. So anybody looking to get a long entry would get one. Again, the best case scenario for this is some sort of a failed breakdown right here or failed expansion, and then it manages to hold in here and push away from here. Otherwise, we would start to look for maybe that first initial gap to get filled. This is our trend line that guided us all the way through Friday. I think it was this one right here. Yeah, this bottom trend line right here. This is the one right here. And the rest of them were just a result of momentum continuing to push higher and higher. But this was our one right here from Friday. All right. It's a tap from the low here, which was also the bottom of the side of the Bollinger Band because it's sitting right here. I'm surprised we're not any more volatile. Okay, so fired off a signal over here on iShares. I think I had it turned off beforehand so you couldn't see it. So you have to hope that if you're somebody that's long in this stuff right here, you would have to hope that if this breaks down again, it's a failed breakdown, and then you get a bounce off of here. Otherwise, I'm just gonna assume that it does something like this 6-8 right here, where we have this trend line right here, break away from here, maybe just come back into this 382 for rejection around these lows in here, if not a pump, or it consolidates through here and then it W's up and comes up here and takes out that liquidity, and we hit that mark right there for Bitcoin. If not that, then this trend line right here, this trend line right here from the weekend, we would come back to this one. That'll get you gap fill. So this is what you're going to be banking on. This right here, holding right here. This has been the average move all weekend long, has been right here. Right here. So you're hoping for a failed breakdown from this Bollinger. If not, then it'll continue that move down at least into here for a bounce and then come down further. So and just wait for momentum to change before jumping in on it and see if there's any change to momentum, and then be prepared to cut it if it's not working. Nice little reaction so far. Still got 7 minutes on this candle. I'm gonna sit on my hands. I like seeing the momentum push up on that. I like that candle. I like it. Still just hitting that 20 SMA right now. Okay, getting above that 20 SMA. Lord, I don't even know what I did with that. That was ridiculous. So here I was trying to figure out why this was going to be such a petty stop. She going. Should have automatically entered then instead of being conservative today. All right, let's see how we're going to do right here. Top side of the range. I admire it. I still just don't know. This is how we started out the last time we were right here. We did all of this chop. Unless we're going to Valhalla, we're printing a bear div. All right, there's clearly our resistance here at this level. So we are pretty chop city right in here on that move down, because it still seems to be making that decision about this breakout right here from this triangular formation right here. Um, might not fail this breakdown if it comes again for this low. If that's what they're intending to do here, because we know we're hitting the Great Wall right here. So, like I said, the candles are getting larger. They're definitely getting larger. And you can see how we're kind of, I mean, we can say this is a breakout, but can be a swing fail too. That's a little bit of a bear div, even on volatility, even right here, as we're still a little close to that zero. Basically was doing the same right here too. You can see we're rising right there. We're going to play out some bull divs, of course, but we are still rising right here. And I get to move this up a little bit now. But I'm still only focusing on the 236 and the 382 on a move down. So that's going to be your thing to watch today if I can't tell you anything else. I didn't think it was going to eat its own tail that quick on this candle. Otherwise, like I said, for this 382, this is about as much as price action. This is about as much as it's been doing the entire weekend. It's coming just back into here, either bouncing somewhere around here for a sec and then tapping into the 382 and then going. So I will continue to watch that as relief places, whatever time frame it is, at least from the 15 to the 4 hour time frame. I'll be watching for that for a retracement into one of these right here, and then a breakaway every time you get a correction. That's what I'd be looking at. If you start to see, I mean, this happened one time because there was a bear div on both the 15 and the 1 hour time frame. Both put in a bear div after an extensive push to the upside. So it put in a bear div, and that was the only reason why it tapped this, and it only tapped the top side of this 618. Didn't go any further. So this would be your retracement zones right here to look for on your when you get a major pivot or a minor pivot on these lower time frames. That bounced well, this one right here that time bounced off of the 618, not the 618, but the 20 SMA that time. So if I turn this on and you saw it like so, like this, that's what it bounced off of that time. This candle is this right here. I don't know if I'm feeling this. Yeah. So you know what to look for to the upside, and I've already explained to you what to look for to the downside as well. So with that, I'm going to call this stream. I really do appreciate you for stopping by. I will see you tomorrow at 5 a.m. Have a wonderful day.